Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Mary, you're muted.
So hello
There we
again.
go.
Hello, everyone joining us today at WordFest Live. Apologies for that. We want to welcome our next speaker, Maciek Palmuski, with Static WordPress, how to make WordPress faster and more secure. Maciek is a WordPress ambassador at Body Passionate about all things related to web development. He is a speaker and organizer of CMS-related events in Poland. After hours, apart from cycling, which he loves, he spends most of his time looking for cutting edge, well, interesting is enough, news from the CMS world to share with the community of his followers. Welcome, Maciek.
Hi.
Hello there.
Sorry for my hard I know this is always a problem for people from Poland.
Oh, no one's ever had a problem saying Polish names.
Try saying Grzegorz.
So I'm excited to see to hear your talk. I've always struggled with the business value of static over well cached, and I'm guessing there's a reason.
Yeah, and at some point they're quite similar. I mean, I would say that static is just a bit more paranoid version of well cached, just like that.
You can give a cue and leave the stage.
Okay, so
right.
Over to you. Would leave you to it. I look forward to your talk.
Thank you very much. And so, hello everyone. Like being said, I'm going to talk how to make your WordPress faster and more secure using a quite simple trick, because we are just going to convert our website into static. Like mentioned already, my name is Maciek Palmowski. I work at a company called Buddy. Apart from this, I'm a core contributor, and I am a co-creator of a WordPress newsletter called WP Owls. But let's start talking about the serious stuff. So let's compare two websites. This is a WordPress version of my newsletter, this WP Owls I mentioned before. And this is its static version. You probably didn't saw any difference between them. And that's perfect, because they should look exactly the same. But there is one enormous difference. It's the average response time. First, let me just say that I am using, I think this is one of the cheapest hosting in Poland with SSH access. It's quite poor, but it's cheap, so I'm using it. It's enough for static website. And WordPress on it, there is the average response time is about 3 seconds. It's a lot. I mean, we shouldn't have websites working that slow. And on the same server, the static version gave us a response of 16 milliseconds. So I hope with this slide I caught your attention, and now you will listen to the rest of my presentation. So first of all, let's compare static and dynamic websites. So this is how the typical request for a dynamic website looks like. We enter a URL into our browser. It goes to our server. PHP starts parsing things. At some point, it asks the database for data. And when everything is done, our whole website goes as HTML to the browser. It's okay, it works, but it doesn't scale too good, because at some point there will be many people who will be asking for the same page, and every time we will ask the server to parse the same data, to ask for the same things from the database. So like I said, it doesn't scale well when, especially with bigger traffic. That's why at some point we introduce cache into our stack. The only difference is that when we ask the server for some page for the first time, not only we return the HTML back to the browser, but we also save it as a cached page somewhere on the server. So the second time when someone asks for the same page, we don't ask the database, we just try to serve the static HTML at once. Thanks to this, it's much faster, but still the moment when the user asks for the first time for some page, it just works like always, and even a bit slower, because we have to save this cached version. And here is static. The difference is that before even the member asks for some page, we convert our whole website into static files. So first we have our website hosted somewhere. We convert all the pages into static HTML pages. We put them on the server. So every time a member asks for some page, he gets already a HTML version of it. Thanks to this, it's much, much faster. Okay, so when we know the difference between static and dynamic, it's time to show the main pros of converting to static. First of all, speed. This is something I already showed in a slide before, but why it is so blazing fast? First of all, there is no database, there is no parsing. Server only has to do one thing. It just has to serve the data that is already stored on the server. That's all. Also, the server setup is much easier. It's simpler. So with all this in mind, our stack is much easier. So it can be much faster. The server doesn't have to do all additional work that it does during serving a dynamic website. But maybe let's compare some values. I used an application called Loader.io. It's a great application for testing speed, and especially when you want to test some heavy traffic on your website. So for the first test, I used 5 clients that were trying to enter my website every second for 30 seconds. In the result, WordPress without cache gave this response of almost 3 seconds. Like I said, it's a lot. WordPress with cache gave a much better result. It was only 345 milliseconds. And the result was, I would say it's still quite poor. This was caused by the fact that some of the requests weren't cached. So it took some time when the WordPress started serving the cached version. And that's why there is the drop of average response time, which is better than without cache. And the static version gave us 16 milliseconds. Just like that. It's blazing fast. But okay, it was only 5 clients every second. So let's make the test a bit more difficult. Let's see what will happen if we will have 50 clients every second for 30 seconds. So without cache, we got a 100% error rate. The server just couldn't handle it. It was too much for it. Yes, I know it was a poor server. Probably most decent servers would handle it without a hic, but yes, I'm using a cheap one. With cache, the average response was 600 milliseconds, but we had a 30% error rate. It's too much, especially if we are having our site that is earning our money. We just can't have a situation where 30% of our clients won't see our website. And the static version gave us a 12 millisecond average response time. It didn't have any trouble, no errors at all. It was just working. So as you see, it's not that the static version is faster. It's just blazing fast. The next thing that is very important when we convert our website to static, we don't have to worry about security so much. Why? First of all, normally our WordPress is our production website, so it's on one server. With static, we can divide the WordPress and the production site that the clients see. Thanks to this, if someone compromises our WordPress, it doesn't mean that anything will happen on the production, which is something very, very cool. We can add some extra rules to our WordPress server that would be normally annoying for the users, but we don't have to worry because they are on separate servers. In some situation, we can even have our WordPress only on our local host. For example, if we have our simple portfolio that we update like once a year, we can just have it on our local host, build, when we change something, just rebuild it and put it on through FTP on our production server. And that's all. There is no better way to have our WordPress secure than just making it unavailable from the World Wide Web. But let's compare attack vectors. This is because WordPress has quite a few of them. First of all, we can have a denial of service attack. There might be some big error in the core, in plugin or in a theme, especially in plugin or a theme. Someone can compromise our password to our FTP or SFTP. There can be a brute force attack on our WP admin. There is malware. Someone can also compromise our password to our DNS server and can switch our website to something else. There might be some error in PHP. We had this situation in about half a year ago when someone tried to put a malicious code inside of PHP. So everything is possible. After converting to static, it looks a bit different. We only will have a denial of service attack, but it will be much harder to do because we saw how well static sites handle heavy traffic. So it will be much harder to make this denial of service attack. Still, someone can compromise our passwords, but the good thing is this is not related to WordPress, but it's related to our passwords and the service we are using to host our website. So we just got rid of most of the attack vectors related directly to WordPress. We also got rid of a PHP related attack because on the static version we won't need PHP at all. This is also something that I really love about static websites, hosting costs. Let me be honest, I really don't like to spend money on things I don't have to. And hosting static can be either cheap or even free. Why? First of all, like I mentioned before, it's simpler, and simpler hosting costs less, just like that. For example, if we are using Kinsta, which is really an amazing hosting, we got a lot of great tools with it. We have tools to monitor why our page is slow. There are backups. There are a lot of cool stuff that will help you with your website, but it costs money. And with static, we won't need a lot of those tools because we'll just have static HTML pages, which are fast. Like I said, sometimes it can be free if we will use GitHub Pages or Netlify to host our page. And let's compare it, because typical WordPress hosting started, 12 to 20 euros per month per site. I checked the Kinsta, SiteGround, and Think, and many others. And to compare this, my poor cheap hosting that I use in Poland, I pay about $7 per month, but for 2 pages, so it's $3.50. It's really a big difference, and probably if I would try harder, I could find cheaper hosting, and it would still work quite fast. And we have a peace of mind because there are less things that can break. Also, if we are using a CDN, like Cloudflare, for example, we can make our website not only equally fast all over the world, but it will be protected from denial of service attack, and it will be cached all over the world. So even if our main server will break for a moment, many people won't even see that there is any problem. And in most cases, the site will just work because there are so less things that can break, which is really great. But sadly, there are also cons of converting to static. There are no technology in the world that can that will be a silver bullet for everything. So the biggest con is that not every site can be converted. If your website has user profiles, the content is dynamically generated by the users, and this is something that I call the social media site. So this is an example where people just post their content. So in such cases, static approach just won't work. I mean, we can think about some hybrid approach, about headless, but now we are talking about pure static approach, and with this, it just won't work. Sorry. Also, we will need some extra work because like I mentioned, we got rid of PHP, we got rid of the database, which is cool. Our website is faster, it's much more secure, but even the simple form won't work out of the box. But the good news is there are many third-party tools that can work instead of our normal solutions. We can use, here's the list of form replacement, search replacement, comments, or e-commerce. It's still doable, we just need to find a working workaround for our case. The thing that also changes is the build process itself. This is something that can be a bit weird for many users because normally we just press the button to update or save our page, and that's all. It works. We have it after one click, we have it live already. But now we have to remember to, after saving, to rebuild our website. Also, it takes some extra time. Like I said, normally it was like a second. We just press the button and voila, everything is live. And now we have to wait sometimes a minute or a few minutes, depending on our stack, on the number of pages. And this is something we have to get used to, or not. It's up to us. Another thing is that sometimes this build process can be too long, because build takes more time when there is a lot of posts, just like that. And with every new post, the time will increase. So we can get to the point when we will have so many posts that the rebuild time will take us just too long. Of course, we can fight with it in many ways, because there are many technological stacks we can use. And for example, if we want to convert like those gazillion of posts, we can use Hugo. It's like made for such situations. But this is something we have to also remember when converting to static. Okay, so now it's time to show what are the ways to go static. There are three main approaches. First of all, we are using WordPress, right? So there is a plugin for this. We can use WP to static, we can use static HTML output, there is simply static, and probably there are a few more plugins in the repository. It's good to connect it with WP CLI, because then we don't have to worry about timeouts. This is a really great approach. And also it's worth to connect it with some CI/CD tool, like Buddy, like GitHub Actions, like Travis, or something else. There are many tools like this on the market. Why? Because we can orchestrate the whole process. For example, in my case, I don't only convert my website to static. I also have to copy some files and clear the Cloudflare cache every time. So I don't have to go into every place to do it manually. I just click one button in Buddy and everything goes automatically. And this way, it's quite cheap, because all the plugins are free. WP CLI is free, and most CI/CD tools have at least a free tier that should be enough in our situation. Also, we have the full control over the process. For me, it is very important, because I really love to know what is happening under the hood. And just like that, I love to fix stuff, tinker things, make it faster or sometimes slower when I make a mistake. So it's very important to me to know what is happening. And many plugins will be compatible out of the box, because we are just saving each page from WordPress to HTML. So just like that, maybe not most, but really many plugins will be compatible. The second way is to use a static site generator. There are like lots of them. We can use Gatsby, Gridsome, Hugo, and many, many, many others. Together, we have to use it with either WP REST API or GraphQL API. And again, let's use a CI/CD tool to orchestrate it all. It's really useful, and I don't know, do you remember this TV character called Monk? You will thank me later, like he said. So in this case, this approach is also cheap. because static site generators are mostly free, and the REST API is built inside of core, so it's free, and the GraphQL is, I think the both plugins are also free, so we don't have to worry about the costs. We can use other programming languages than PHP. For many people, this is something very important because there are people in the world that just hate PHP. They prefer using something else, and that's okay. That's okay. This is something really great that they can connect WordPress with any programming languages they like. So this is really, really great. It's a bit more problematic when it comes to plugin compatibility, but it is still constantly changing because more and more plugins are adding REST API endpoints. It's a bit worse when it comes to GraphQL endpoints, but it's also changing. So at some point, I think I will be able to switch this slide to most plugins are compatible out of the box. And there is a third way. We can use a service. We can use static, shifter, or flat sites. And this approach is a bit more expensive because you have to pay for the service each month. But on the other hand, you will save your time. So it depends how you value your time, how much skill do you have, and things like this. You have less, or I would even say you don't have any control over the process. You press the button and magic happens. I mean, it works because I played around with Stratic. I am really amazed how good it works. But I felt a bit weird that I just pressed the button and magic happened. I don't like it. I want to know what is happening there. Also, some of those services have additional plugin integrations out of the box. Again, let me go back to Stratic example. They have contact forms integration, search integration out of the box, and few more. So this is something really great, and it's, if you don't have too much time and you would like to convert your website to static as fast as possible, and it's a good way to take what services like those offer, because some plugin integrations may be already there. So it's something really really good, and is converting to static worth it? We are from an IT department mostly, right? So the answer is just one and only. That depends. Overall, I would say it like this. Go and convert static when you don't have any dynamic things like login, like registration, like adding content. Also, your page is like I call them reading pages. So it's a blog, it's a business page, it's a portfolio, something like this. And you aren't focused on adding a new post every few seconds because the build times will be just too much. And also, it's worth to mention because the pandemic was a kind of interesting example. When the pandemic started and many organizations started to put information about COVID on their websites, after a few minutes, most of those websites were down because of the heavy traffic. And many people realized then how important is either caching their website or going static, because it was the best way to handle this heavy traffic. Okay, and now it's time for a real life example. Like I mentioned, this is my newsletter, WP Owls. It's static. And server structure here is, I use just one server with SSH access, this cheap and poor one. WordPress is under a subdomain. Static version is on the top level domain. And I am using Cloudflare. Thanks to this, WP Owls, even if it's on the small Polish server, it's equally fast all over the world. And I see that I have visitors from like everywhere. And I use WP to static. To make it faster, I just exclude URLs I don't need. For example, categories, tags. I also exclude the WP content /uploads because I copy this stuff during the CI/CD process. And this is how it looks like. First of all, I run WP to static. It converts my website. Now there is an action called server operations. During it, I just move the WP content. Mostly this is the thing that happens. Then I fix htaccess to be sure it looks like it should. And in the end, I just purge Cloudflare cache. That's all. All in all, converting 200 pages takes about 1 to 2 minutes. And if I would have a bit faster server, it could probably take a bit less. If you are interested in playing around with converting your WordPress to a static site, visit our website, buddy.works, and check out the guide we have there about converting WordPress to a static site. I hope you have any questions, but if you are a bit shy to ask them here publicly, you can reach me out on Twitter or you can send me an email. So I hope that after today's talk, I will receive some emails from you about static websites. So thank you, and I hope you have some questions.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Magic, that was great.
Thank you. That's really nice to hear.
It was really cool. You did a great job.
Yes, it was. Personally,
we don't.
I'm just a little bit curious. Would you say static is for everyone or not? Like,
Sadly not. Like I mentioned, there are some situations when we just can't go static. Just like that. But if we can, I think we should, because not only our website will be, like I said, faster and more secure, it will also consume less resources. And this is also, I think, that is quite important in, especially today when we are trying to be more eco-friendly, and this is one of the ways we can do it, because running a server that uses less resources is just more eco-friendly, just like that.
Yeah. I don't remember if you said it or not. Which method do you use personally?
Personally, I use Thumit. I mean, no, sorry, I use all of them. It depends on the situation, but for WP Owls, I use WP to static,
Okay.
because, like I said, we are WordPress developers, so there is a plugin for this.
Yes.
And I really like this approach, also because it's cheap and so on. And this is the part I really like. I also played with using static site generators few times. Personally, I really love PHP, so for me switching to React wasn't something that I would like to do every day. Sorry, React is just not for me. We are not compatible in any way. And I used Stratic a few times. We even had a webinar together about connecting Buddy with Stratic, and it is really amazing how fast you can convert your website just like that. Like, you have to copy all your content, click publish to live, and that's all. I still don't know how, but it happened. It worked. But not knowing why, this is always a problem for me. I really have to know.
Yeah, I am the same. I am a developer also.
There's a question from Bola.
All right. It looks like we have a question. Let me. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Oh.
Yes.
How to read it.
Bolanle is asking. She says, "Thanks, Maciek. Static sounds like a good idea for websites, but not sure my website at stereogoddess.com fits the static. I use a classic blog and it seems fast."
Still, it can be faster and more secure. I mean, if it's a classical blog, then I don't see any problem with converting. Also, it's quite easy to try, because the fastest way is just to use a trial on Stratic, for example. It's the easiest way, and I think you have 30 days to try, so you could just put your website there, see if everything works, and if it works, you can either stay there or think about some other solution. But overall, you will know, is your website compatible with the approach. But in most cases, it should work.
I've been aware of Stratic for a long time, and I'm good friends with the folks over there. But something I don't know, and you might know, do they do consulting like before your move? Like, can you go to them and say, "Look, here's my site. Is this going to work static?" Will they do that sort of thing?
Probably they do, but I'm type of person who tries first, and I think that using all those instructions, consulting.
Yes.
No, it's not for me. I mean, if I hit the wall, then I will try to search for what was this README file again. Oh, so I should do it like this. Oh, it was so simple. Why didn't I figure it out like 4 hours ago?
How many times does it take you to build an IKEA furniture?
When it comes to IKEA furniture, my wife is an expert, so I am more of a Lego guy. This time we look at the instruction. I mean, I don't look at READMEs, especially when it comes to IT, but when it comes to furniture, and especially some IKEA solutions, I sometimes really don't get it. I mean, I prefer Lego much more than WP.
I would think Lego was much complicated to setting up the furniture.
Sometimes it can be, but it's just all the fun.
Yeah.
I have another question from asking for non-devs now. How do you see the adoption of static? Because I'm thinking from the perspective of the end users, right? If they want to convert their site to static by themselves, is this something you think somebody who is a beginner would be able to do, or they would need to consult a dev to be able to do that?
I think that thanks to using some service like Static, Flat Sites, or Shifter, it's possible for a non-developer, because, like I said, it's just copying files and pressing a button. That's all. Other approaches may it would be a better thing to first consult with the dev or even ask for help, because for example, like I showed, my flow for using for WP Owls, it uses WP CLI, it uses CI/CD. It's a bit complicated. But thanks to this, it's quite fast, because, like I said, it takes me the building of the whole website takes me less than 2 minutes. And by default, when I launch WP to static without any tweaks, I think it took me about 3 or 4 minutes. So I was able to make it significantly faster.
How well does that scale? At what point do you have so much content that it takes an hour or a day? Is it really outrageous?
Here we have few things that we have to consider. Not only the number of posts, because this is the one thing, but on the other hand, the technological stack we are using. Because there was one great comparison in terms of building times for many static site generators. And for example, Gatsby is quite slow when it comes to building enormous number of pages. They are trying to fix it by like conditional building, only rebuilding parts of the website, which is which is a good thing. They are trying to fix it in some way, but overall, their mechanism isn't too fast. On the other hand, I mentioned Hugo. Hugo is built in Go and it's like blazing fast. It can convert thousands of posts in a few seconds, just like this.
Wow!
But it's quite simple. It's not as robust as Gatsby. So it really depends on so many things. But overall, I think that you will always find some stack that will fit your needs.
Right. All right. Let me look at the question sheet real quick. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. So, Mary, unless you got something else, I think we're going to wrap this up.
Yeah.
All right. Then I'm going to read this little bit here. Our thanks to our global sponsors, Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, GreenGeeks, Nexus, and Static, our multilingual partner, Weglot, and our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth, brought to us by Content Journey and Static. And be sure to check out the swag bag too for deals and gifts from our sponsors. And thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. You make all our big orange hearts full.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Hey, folks, welcome back. Next up are our next three lightning talks. Welcome Nigel Rogers, Simon Kraft, and Raul Anton Cuadrado to our stage. Nigel's talk is Triumphs and Challenges of Growing the Herrera WordPress Community. During working hours, Nigel spends most of his time customizing WordPress template files or responding to technical support requests. Simon's talk is WordPress's impact on climate change, steps on the way to a cleaner and more sustainable web. Simon has been an avid WordPress user since 2008. While working as a developer, he also runs one or two German news outlets. He's an active community member and spends quite some time organizing meetups and helping the community. Raul's talk is tips to a healthy work-life balance for people starting in a remote company and for more seasoned remoters. Raul is a talent data scientist / analyst in love with distributed leadership. He connects data sources and implements predictive models to provide the hiring managers with actionable knowledge. He enjoys combining his passion for distributed leadership and communication models with his data skills. His purpose is to improve hiring and onboarding experiences and build strong leadership for remote and distributed teams. If you have questions, stick around. We'll take them at the end. all of them together.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nigel Rogers, and I'm the co-organizer of the Harare WordPress meetup. I'm also a web developer, and I help people with their websites during the day. So today I'm going to take you through the triumphs and challenges of growing the Harare WordPress community. So to get started, I'm going to give you a few stats about Harare and Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a country in Southern Africa with a population of 14.9 million people. The capital, Harare, has a population of about 1.54 million. In 2020, the GDP was $1,128. So that means the average citizen earned a monthly salary of just $94 $94 per month. That was the average monthly salary for 2020. And in terms of internet penetration, I'm going to compare Zimbabwe to the USA. In 2006, the internet penetration was at about 2.5%. That means only 2.5% of the population had access to the internet, compared to the USA in 2006, that was 70%. And in 2017, Zimbabwe had an internet penetration rate of about 28%, compared to about 88 or 89% for the USA. So while the internet in Zimbabwe drives commerce and industry, it's still not quite relevant to the average citizen on the street in terms of their daily lives. People don't use it for much in their daily lives. So that's what Zimbabwe looks like in terms of our internet connectivity stats, our GDP and all. And the thing to note from this is, even with all these challenges, we still managed to grow a WordPress community and actually thrive as a WordPress community in Zimbabwe. So if we can do it in Zimbabwe, anyone can do it. The Harare WordPress community was founded in 2016, and one of the main lessons, I think, for a meetup that's just starting out is to rely on the existing community. So by that I mean the community deputies, other organizers, the community documentation, so the organizer handbook on WordPress.org, and any other documentation you might find on WordPress.org. And yeah, so I'll give the story of how the Harare WordPress community was founded as an example. It was founded by our founding organizer. His name is Thabo Tswana. He saw a dashboard notice about the WordCamp incubator program, and he was a web developer, so he was really keen on seeing a local community starting in Zimbabwe. So he applied, and his application got accepted, and what that meant was he was to organize a WordCamp in Zimbabwe. So he was guided by two community deputies, that was Rocio Valdivia and Hugh Lashbrook. They helped him out throughout 2016 on how to go about starting a meetup and organizing a WordCamp. So yeah, that's basically how the WordPress Harare meetup started. And then the next lesson when you're starting out is to reach out to anyone who might be interested in the cause, which is to reach out to organizations that you think might be interested, reach out to friends, family, anyone who you think might be interested. And eventually you'll get in touch with someone who will also share your interest and help you grow that interest. So the example I can give from that is when Thabo started out, he had the meetup.com page that was set up by the deputies, and he waited until there was about a dozen members, and then he scheduled a meetup. And when he scheduled a meetup, he got only one RSVP, and one attendee. Tabo tells the story better. He's got several clips on WordPress.tv. I recommend you check them out on WordPress.tv. Search for Tabo Tswana and you'll hear the full story. So anyways, he got one RSVP and one attendee, and that one attendee was him. But shortly after, he got an inbox on meetup.com. So what he had been doing was whenever a new member signed up to meetup.com, he'd send them a welcome message. And one of those people responded, and that person was Charles Mzonzini, who was working at the Computer Society of Zimbabwe at that time. So they got together with the Computer Society, and the Computer Society helped set up the first successful meetup after the failed one. And about 20 people attended. And yeah, so through the help of the Computer Society of Zimbabwe, the WordPress community started. So in the first 2 years, we had we started the meetup. We had our first and second WordCamps, and yeah, that was great. In the next 2 years, which is 2018 and 2019, the main thing I can take from that is the community was now somewhat established, and we were starting to have challenges that were locally unique. And the main lesson from that was to now lean on the local community to help solve problems that are unique to your meetup. So the first example I'll give is for WordCamp Harare 2018, for all the previous WordCamps, in fact, we had a challenge of selling tickets before the WordCamp because PayPal isn't that big. If you remember the internet stats that I gave earlier, not many people use PayPal locally. So we had the challenge. We decided to create an extension for the Camtix plugin, which is what's used to sell WordCamp tickets. And by default, Camtix only works with PayPal. So we managed to rally the community together. We got volunteers from the community, and we also got help from a local payment gateway who helped us to build an extension for Camtix that allowed us to sell tickets upfront before WordCamp using local currency. So before we had built the extension, we had to rely on at-the-door ticket sales, which made it difficult to predict attendance. So now we can sell tickets with local currency. So yeah, that's the lesson, lean on the community. So that's been our journey so far as the Harare WordPress community. Other things I might want to note is how contributing to WordPress and open source empowers the community and empowers individuals who step up to contribute. So everyone's a volunteer in the local WordPress community, and anybody can step up to be an organizer or to contribute to the WordPress core code or plugins or themes, or be a speaker or a meetup host. And those are situations and opportunities that might not have been available without the WordPress meetups and the WordCamps and the WordPress project in general. So it empowers in terms of giving people the opportunity to do things and learn things that they might normally not have learned, like organizing an event, coordinating with suppliers and caterers, and coordinating the speakers, or whether it's contributing to the WordPress core code or contributing to a plugin like we did, where we coordinated as a community and also communicated with the plugin review team to revise our plugin appropriately, while also working with a commercial partner, which was the payment gateway, which we were building the plugin for, so that it can work with the Camtix plugin. So the extension that worked with PayNow, a local payment gateway, and the WordPress Camtix plugin. So that's on empowerment. Another advantage of having a local WordPress community is that it introduced us to the global discourse. So it increased our awareness of topics like accessibility, privacy, diversity and inclusion, and all similar topics like that. So an example I can give is there's the rainbow pride stickers, the WordPress rainbow pride stickers that we gave out at WordCamp. When we gave them out, we didn't think of talking about what they meant to people. And Zimbabwe is an ultra-conservative country. Talk about sexuality and issues to do with gender, homosexuality, LGBTQI issues are generally topics that aren't talked about in public. And just to give an example of how conservative Zimbabwe is, sexual relations between two men are actually criminalized and punishable with a jail sentence. So anyways, after a WordCamp, a person came back complaining that we didn't explain to them what a rainbow pride sticker meant. So that initiated a difficult conversation with them and with the rest of the community on the meaning of rainbow pride stickers and on where the WordPress community in Harare and internationally stands with regards to not discriminating based on anything, which means based on race, gender, sexual orientation, or anything. So being part of the WordPress community initiated that conversation, and it also gave us an opportunity to see the amount of support which we didn't know was out there for the amount of local support for LGBTQI issues, which is out there because we had that conversation and people were there in the community to stand up and defend the LGBTQI issues. That's about it that's about it from me on the talk. If you have any questions, you can join us after the talk and we can discuss. And if you want to catch me, I'm on Twitter. My handle is @NigelM.Rogers. And thanks for watching my talk, and I hope I'll see you after the talk.
Welcome to my talk, WordPress's Impact on Climate Change, or Steps on the Way to a Cleaner and More Sustainable Web. My name is Simon. I'm @Grafit on Twitter, and I'm from Germany. I started working with WordPress back in 2008 as a developer, and ever since I've been a community organizer here in Germany, organizing meetups and WordCamps. Also, before I pursued my career in WordPress, I studied biology and I'm a trained botanist. So that's my unique perspective on this topic. And this is what I want to talk to you about today. This image is called Earthrise, and it was taken during Apollo 8 in the late 1960s. And it inspired a whole generation of activists to fight for the climate. And they were quite successful indeed. But still today we face a global crisis. And I do not speak about the pandemic, but about the other global crisis, the climate crisis. Examples for this crisis are spread all over the world, and one of the more recent ones are the massive wildfires and heat waves on the North American West Coast. But you'll find examples for this all over the place, from America to Asia to the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. And a bit decoupled from that is the world most of us probably live in, the internet. A world where everything seems possible and browsing around is mostly free and without any consequences. But in fact, there are consequences to our usage of the internet, because the internet is made of hundreds and thousands of computers, servers that are spread all over the world and consume energy. In the end, the internet can be seen as a giant machine. Estimations are all over the place, but we can safely assume that somewhat around 10% of today's energy production are used up by the internet. And over the next decade, this is about to double, not accounting for all the stuff that happened in the last year. The big problem with this is that most of the energy is produced in a non-renewable way, for example, by coal power or other fossil fuels. So we could say we are the problem in this case, because we, you, me, your friends, your cat, your smart toaster or smart home, we are using the internet every day. And we, the human part of us, do serve quite a lot. On average, every person on the internet spends about 22 hours online as of this year. And at the same time, websites tend to get bigger and bigger from year to year. I looked at some data from the HTTP archive, and while in 2016, the median website was about 1.4 megabytes in size, today it's about 2.1. And that's important because in the end, it's about CO2 and about the energy the web consumes. But to get a rough estimate of that, we can use the size or the amount of data that's transmitted in order to display your website. We can say the more data is transmitted, the more CO2 emissions are caused and the more energy is consumed, of course. There are other factors in this, but we'll just take a look at that for the moment because it's the easiest of the concepts to understand. And that's the point where we have to talk about 42% of the web, WordPress. It's not the case that WordPress is, as a CMS, is super good at producing websites with a small footprint or super bad at it. I think that's not true for any CMS because in most cases, it's reliant on the experience and skill of the user in front of the display. So take the next slide with a grain of salt. I compared the general data we already saw a couple of slides ago with data filtered for only WordPress sites, also provided by the HTTP archive. And as you can see, the median website size is quite a bit bigger with WordPress than with websites in general. I think this is quite easy to explain because WordPress's declared goal is it to democratize publishing, and to do so, it's quite easy to build a WordPress website without knowing what you're doing. So even if you're not a developer or a designer, you can build your own WordPress website just by combining a couple of plugins and a theme and maybe slap a page builder on top of it. And the result will be quite a heavy website. So I think that's the main reason why WordPress sites in general are a bit bigger. But it also means that we have to change things. We, in this case, being you, me again, and the community. Because in a web of small fractions, WordPress, with its 42% market share, is a huge player. And small changes we are able to implement will add up over hundreds of millions of page views that are served each and every day using WordPress. So here's what the community can do. We can optimize the WordPress core and the blog editor to be more efficient and more streamlined, to serve less code in the front end and maybe even in the back end. And there are examples for this already happening right now. We saw lazy loading for images arriving in core a couple of versions ago, and we saw dropping older browser support just as recently as WordPress 5.8. And that will save quite a bit of data transmitted for every page view using WordPress 5.8 and newer. At the same time, we have to guide the whole ecosystem and enable plugin and theme developers to streamline their plugins and themes and serve less code, maybe a bit less JavaScript for the themes, and be more efficient as well. And we can do this by prioritizing performance on sustainability in the WordPress project's roadmap. But that's a political goal, so let's take a look at what each and every one of us can do. We can improve a website simply by asking the question, is this really necessary? Is it really necessary to have an image on the top of your screen on every site? Is it really necessary to have an image slider? Is it really necessary to have background video playing on your site all the time? And if the answer is no, maybe let's just get rid of it. Then you can retail your website to serve your customers or your visitors more by providing the information they really need faster, so they have to click around a bit less, maybe. You can optimize your site for SEO, legibility, accessibility, while also improving the performance of your site, the loading speed, and at the same time, the environmental impact. You can leverage image optimization. There are plenty of plugins for that, as well as for caching. And in the end, if all of it is not enough, maybe consider switching to a leaner theme, because many of the bigger ones just don't cut it. If you are a WordPress professional, you can be an advocate for change, and in fact you have to be, because you know way more about these things than your clients. So while you optimize their site, maybe try to switch them over to green hosting. Or if you provide products to your customers or the community, consider streamlining them, regardless if they are plugins, themes, or software as a service products. You can cut a bit of code almost in any case and make them more efficient and faster maybe. And if your products are really popular, then small changes again will add up to bigger change and a bigger saving of CO2 in the end. What you can do right now in the UK WordPress community, you can join the sustainability channel. You can try websitecarbon.com, which is a very powerful tool to calculate CO2 emissions caused by your website. And most importantly, you can talk to others, friends, customers, or folks at meetups or WordCamps to make them aware of this topic. It's not too late to fight climate change if we start today. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you very much for attending. And I hope to see you around at a WordCamp somewhere next year. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Raul Anton Cuadrado, and I'm working with some enthusiastic and brilliant people in a wonderful project called Automatic. First of all, let me say thank you to WordFest for having me here and for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. And also let me thank you for investing your time reflecting with me on how to be happier and more productive at remote environments. When you are starting in a remote company, one of the things that could hit you is this sensation of chaos. But chaos is not the lack of order. It is a complex order, a different order that just needs time to be understood and enjoyed. So here it is, the good news. You just need time and maybe a couple of tips. But here we're here for this, right? The key point then is to start your day fresh and fully energized. And this is all about setting boundaries between your working time and your private life. So, if we are talking about setting boundaries, my first tip would be to keep all the work-related applications out of your personal cell phone. I'm talking about Slack, Trello, Asana, your work email, Basecamp. Don't take me wrong. They are amazing tools that, among other things, make possible remote work. So I cannot be more grateful. But they can make us be working the whole day, and this is not what we want. You could tell me, Raul, this is a very extreme decision. I mean, to remove all these applications from the cell phone, Well, if you really need some of these applications, I'd suggest that at least you'd remove the alerts, the notifications. There is a good reason for that. Think that these alerts have been marvelously crafted to attract and capture your attention. And this means to decide for you when you need to devote time to think about work. Let's be intentional. If you really need to keep Slack on your cell phone, for instance, what about removing the alerts so that you can check it just when you are in need? If we are talking about setting boundaries, the second thing, or even I would say the first thing, or the most important one, is to dramatize these boundaries, to highlight them. You need to be really aware that these boundaries exist. Think about a conventional office. When you are in the tube or in the bus or driving your car to work, you are maybe inadvertently acknowledging this context switch. You have 10, 20, 40 minutes, it depends on how far you are going, to understand your working time starts. But on the other hand, and more importantly, when you are driving back home, this time makes you aware that the working time ended. And now it's time for your personal time, the time where you rest doing great things. We need to do something, especially if you are working at home or you are working in a co-working spot that is more or less close to your home. We need to do something to be very aware of these limits, of these boundaries. One of the most popular actions for this is meditation. I'm not going to suggest you any meditation application. There are lots out there, and I'm pretty sure that you may have experimented with some of them. You can meditate for half an hour, but you likely don't need to spend so much time. In most of the cases, with 5-10 minutes, it's more than enough. The key point is that these 5 minutes just before your working day allow you to smoothly switch the context to put you in the right mental position. But also at the end, please don't neglect those 5 minutes at the end of your working day, where you realize that your working session is over and your private time started. The time of the day that you devote to your hobbies, your family, your pets, whatever you want, or maybe doing nothing, taking a nap, that's perfect. It's your time, and we need to make this clear. In other words, let's respect our private time at the same level we do with our working time. What if you don't like meditation or you want an alternative? Well, there are lots of options, but my favorites are microactions. Microactions are things that don't really take a lot of effort or time, but allow you to understand there is something happening, going on. Like, for instance, a gratitude journal where you take note of all the cool things that happened to you the day before, going for a walk and enjoying the nature, staring at the sunrise. Or my favorite, what about devoting 3 minutes to making a short list of the things that you would like to do once your working day is over in the evening? I usually write things to do with my wife or my children. It can be just having chit-chat with your wife, nothing obvious when you have 3 kids, or you can take care of your hobbies like writing a poem, watering your plants. Really, whatever you like to do and that contributes to put a smile on your face. It's like a declaration, you know? Well, so we are at work now. I start by splitting my time into 2 well-separated parts. First, I set my priorities for the day. Once I've done that, I work as focused as possible just on these things. Seems simple, right? What I do is to devote the first part of my day to go through my emails, read P2 posts, comments, Slack, DMs, Basecamp threads, etc. For each message, I answer to them, I forward or delegate them, I add notes for a task I'll need to do, or I ignore them. So at the end of this reading session, I have a clear list of the things that I need to be done. Then I set my priorities and the tasks for the day out of that list. I know the things that I plan to do during that working time, and I do focus without interruptions. Otherwise, if you don't read first, act later, you can be caught in the loop of emails, messages, direct messages, changing at any moment your priorities, the things that you are doing. So separating time between planning and doing is very helpful to be productive, but also avoids the uncomfortable sensation at the end of the day that you still need to do a lot of things that are even not concrete, things that are fuzzy because they arrive in the last minute and you had no time to understand or analyze them in detail, things that you don't know if you should do or hand off or even ignore, but they're there, floating around, disturbing you when you should be resting, enjoying your private life. Last thing, we are human beings and we need to communicate with others. One of the repeated mantras we hear is that communication or team bonding could not happen in a remote environment. Well, that's wrong. We have very good tools. We know it is important and we want to communicate. But it makes sense to invest effort and time to avoid neglecting the communication with the people around you. We need to be intentional, as it will make you feel more included, more comfortable, more confident. If you are starting a new company, your mentor or buddies are genuinely interested in you to feel part of the team and succeed. So it makes sense to start by asking for their support. I'd also totally recommend that you engage in casual communication. Like for instance, in Automatic, we have some channels, a postcard group where we exchange postcards, reading clubs where we read a book together and put our thoughts in a common, well, we're in Automatic, right? So in a common blog, but you can use any kind of Blackboard, live chat pairings where we just get paired with someone to have a Zoom coffee call. You may have P2s, blogs, Blackboards, Slack channels, any kind of method to talk about your hobbies, your interests. And if it doesn't exist, you can create it. Or what about having periodical one-on-ones with someone that you appreciate in your company, in your team, to know them better? Or what about pinging someone you don't know to tell them, wow, I love what you did in this GitHub PR, or that brilliant comment in an internal post, or the pictures that you have in your Instagram profile. And going further, what about using this Slack ping, for instance, to spark a synchronous Slack conversation, or to have a Zoom call? Communication models in remote and distributed environments are terribly complex. That's what we said about chaos, right? But terribly rich and powerful and rewarding. The last point that I wanted to mention today is the infamous imposter syndrome. It's a tough one, right? It's a tough one even in a conventional office, but it could be even more problematic in a remote environment. Well, my advice would be to always keep in mind that you are in this company because someone decided that you are brilliant, that you can contribute at a great level, that you can make a wonderful impact. Also be aware that your teammates are likely willing to meet you. They want to understand your different, even divergent points of view, not to tolerate them, but to relish them. So you don't need to pretend to be another person. No one is asking you to do so. So be yourself, stay calm, and have fun. These are my keys to be happier and more productive at work. Thank you very much for being here with me today.
Hey guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for the great talks. Those were really good.
Yes, there were.
We don't have any questions in the Q&A section yet, so we're going to make some up. Nigel's not with us, but I wanted to make a couple of comments about his talk. Something he mentioned was that bringing the WordPress community into his country, in his city, brought some very new ideas. And I've seen that in other places in the world. The relationships between Indians and Pakistanis and Bangladeshis is changing because of the WordPress community. And Mary was mentioning off stage that things are very similar in her country of Nigeria. I just want to point that out, that WordPress is really, it's changing the world through ideas. And kind of smoothing the edges, I guess, as it were, between cultures and countries. Mary, did you have anything to say about that? I didn't want to interrupt.
Nah, Nigel is actually right, because there are lots of conversations here that people don't want to talk about. For example, it's still subtle, but usually they would say things like, when men are speaking, women should keep quiet. You know? I mean, for the century, it's insane, but I like the fact that WordPress is indeed changing the narrative, because for us, once we are in that community, it's like we're like a one family. You know, every other thing like gets thrown out. You know, any other thing that is negative gets thrown out. So like we're in this bubble and we're safe because we feel safe with one another.
Friends, anyone here in the green room or in touch with Renee Morozowicz?
Simon.
Yeah.
I loved your talk. I love the idea of reducing the impact. Often it can seem overwhelming. There's so many options, so many things to do. What would be the simplest, most impactful one thing? Do this one thing, and it's going to make a difference.
I think the easiest thing every one of us can do is compress images and reduce embedded videos on our sites, because that's like a huge chunk of the data we transmit. And there are plugins for WordPress which allow you to compress images quite easily. So that would be.
You mentioned embedded videos. Does that include things like YouTube, or are they compressed enough that there's less impact?
I think YouTube does quite a good job at compressing videos down to a reasonable size, but the video you do not have to transmit in the first place is even better than a compressed one. So I would say it still includes YouTube videos.
All right, cool.
So it's better to, are you saying, is it better to upload your video directly or embed the video? Because I used to think embedding was better than uploading the video directly.
I would say embedding is better than uploading it directly, but I would encourage everyone to think twice if the video you want to embed is really necessary on your site, or if you can convey the information from this video in another way, maybe as written text or as a simple image. Yeah.
Okay, so it's better to link to the video so they go out to watch the video instead of putting the video on the site.
That's cool. Raul, you mentioned in yours that meditation apps, and you said, I'm sure you've probably tried some, and I have not. I have no idea what they are. So could you name just a couple that you would recommend?
Yeah, well, you know, I would recommend, if you have never tried some of these, to give it a try to at least, 3, 4 of them. Like, for instance, let me check my cell phone
Sure.
They're the ones that I have in my, so that they don't forget the most interesting ones. So for instance, Headspace, Simple Habit, Insight Timer. And there is another thing that is pretty important for people like me that are not English native speakers. We're also talking about diversity, and language diversity is something that is very important. Think that you are using these applications to chill out, and you don't want maybe to force yourself to make an extra effort to understand what the speaker is saying. So, for instance, I have some good applications for Spanish speakers, like they could be Elefante Zen or, you know, Inti-Mind. What I would recommend is that you Google a little bit or DuckDuckGo a little bit, and then give a try to several of them, because there is no one application that fits everyone. Or maybe you prefer to do it by yourself and you don't need an application. But the key point is to make a break at the beginning and at the end of your working time, to really be aware that you are switching the context, that you are starting to work, and at the end, that your work time is over and you are devoting time to
StreamYard link. I believe we are. It crosses the continent boundary, doesn't it? This one link. We were just in. I believe
one of the very few things that I miss about not being remote. I've been a remote worker for 10 years now. And one of the things I missed, I used to drive an hour to work every day. And that was a decompression time or a compression time, like on my way. You know, I'm preparing for work and I'm thinking. And during the pandemic, I saw a very clever image. It was a man standing in his bathroom, holding onto his shower rack with his phone, as if he were on a subway. And he would go in there and spend 10 minutes getting ready for work, you know, reading the news, whatever.
But it makes sense.
That works for him.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, no one likes spending an hour to go to work, right? And I've been in that place for 10 or 15 years. But the fact is that this helps in highlighting these boundaries. Maybe you don't need an hour, and with 10 minutes it will be more than.
Yeah.
But I totally enjoyed your talk, because when I'm setting up a new phone, the first thing I do is, because I have to put all the remote work apps on it, is to turn off all the notifications. So I go to the app settings, and then the notifications, I switch it to off. Like, don't notify me at all. So it's nice to see somebody else affirm that that's a good practice, because you have a goal, you're working on something, like today I want to work on this, but then a message comes in and like, oh, let me quickly attend to that, let me quickly attend to this. Before you know it, you haven't even achieved what you set out to achieve that day. So that was a good one to listen to. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for telling that it resonates with you. Yeah, I think it is important to be in control of what you are doing instead of allowing others that. And if we think about this, most of the applications that we are using are not synchronic applications. They're not really asking for an immediate answer. When you send an email or a Slack message, you are not expecting the others to answer in 10 seconds, right? Sometimes I'm under the impression we are nice people here, the four of us, and also the people that are listening to us, right? And we are very nice with the others, but not with ourselves.
Yeah.
We treat others better with all the people.
Yeah. That's very common.
Simon, we have a comment for you here. Somebody says they liked your talk and they were looking for you on LinkedIn, but didn't get you. You look like Magnus Carlsen a bit, by the way.
I don't know who that is.
Me neither. Yeah, I'm not on LinkedIn. That's pretty German of me, because we have in Germany we have our own LinkedIn clone, so that's a bit complicated. But maybe they want to go to my website. That's maybe easier.
Okay.
Is it a WordPress website?
Obviously it is, yes.
With a big embedded video of you welcoming everybody to your website.
No. I spent quite a lot of time cutting down the last kilobyte that was possible.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago, we heard a talk about static websites. Do you run yours as a static?
No, I don't, but it's heavily cached and has no bells and whistles, so it's very quite basic.
Gotcha.
Another thing I wanted to note, Simon, is so we come across a lot of WordPress talks. I think this is the first time I'm coming across one for the environment. It's actually good to get the word out there a lot more, because I can imagine if I didn't listen to your talk, I wouldn't know most of the things that you mentioned. So I'm sure the viewers also appreciate that. And yeah, we should get the word out more, because the environment is really precious.
Yeah, luckily there are quite a lot of people in the community already working on that topic. I would recommend, for example, Tom Greenwood has written a whole book about it. That's really a good read if someone's interested in the topic.
The only host I know of that claims to be carbon neutral is Green Geeks. They're a sponsor. Seems like there must be more. Do you know more?
There are more, but it's quite difficult, because you can have different kinds of green hosting. The ones who just do like carbon offsetting, others genuine renewable energy, and then there are ones planting trees and stuff like that to compensate their customers' emissions. So there's like quite a lot of different options. There is a link in my slides. I think we will publish them afterwards to the, I think it's Green Web Foundation, and they have a list of hosting companies listed and rated in accordance to their environmental impact.
Gotcha.
Awesome. So thank you guys once again for joining us for this Q&A. I loved your talk. It's a perfect closing to the WordFest Africa live section. So I'm going to go right ahead and thank our sponsors. I want to say thank you to our global sponsors: Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic. Our multilingual partner, Wiglot. And our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booths brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. And be sure to check out the swag bag too for deals and gifts from our sponsors. We also want to thank our media partners and our micro sponsors. You all make our Big Orange ads full.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Amanda.
So nice to see you in real life. Well, kind of virtual real life.
Yeah.
Awesome. So welcome to WordFest. We're kicking off the Europe continent of our 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. WordFest is delivering educational content, wellness sessions, networking opportunities, and it is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart.
So if you'd like to donate, there's a link at the left-hand side of your screen. You can click that at any time and make a donate to Big Orange Heart. During the sessions, we also encourage you to leave questions or comments in the chat box, and after the session, we'll have time for your questions with the presenters.
And first up on stage is Renee Morozovic with practical strategies for grieving as a freelancer or agency owner. Renee is a digital strategist and website magician who loves helping creative, service-based businesses develop for their online presence.
Hey
Hi.
everyone. Hi Kathy. Hi Amanda.
Hi there.
Hi, Renee. Nice to meet you.
You too. So I have my slides. Are you able to share my slides?
Yep, they will be. Take it away.
Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Thanks so much. Hey everyone, my name is Renee. Today I'm going to talk to you today about practical strategies for grieving as a freelancer or agency owner, and just a little bit of a roadmap of where we are going. So first, just a little disclaimer of what this talk is and isn't. I'll talk a little bit about grief in general. I'll tell you my story and why I'm here today talking to you about grief. And then we'll talk about some helpful character traits that you already have as a freelancer or agency owner that are, again, helpful in the grieving process, as well as some not so helpful character traits that you may have that may make it a little bit more difficult in the grieving process. Near the end, we'll talk about preparing for grief, because grief isn't a one-time thing. So even if you're grieving right now, chances are, unfortunately, that you'll probably have to do it again. We'll talk about supporting others, and then I'll give you some resources as well. And then I think we'll have some time for Q&A. So feel free to ask any questions that you may have. So the first point I want to make is that this talk is very subjective. So please take whatever resonates with you. If something doesn't resonate with you, feel free to leave it. So we're not talking about the correct way to use like the REST API or how to test your backups or anything technical that there's a preferred way, a good way, and a not so good way. So there's no correct way to grieve. I'll just give you some thoughts and ideas of things that I've learned and things that have worked for me, and really just take whatever sounds like it might work for you and just leave the rest. Okay, so a little bit about grief. So grief is your response to loss. So when you encounter a loss, what is going to happen after that is grief. So unfortunately, that response is often pain. So grieving people are in a lot of pain. And we're going to talk about some different types of grief. But this talk is mostly focused on grieving after the death of a loved one. So there are many types of grief, the loss of a job, the loss of a pet, any sort of loss in life, divorce, things like that. But really, this talk is mostly focused on the loss of a loved one because that is my experience. And we're all grieving at some point, but nobody really talks about it. So, what I love about the WordPress community is that, we're talking and sharing information all the time. So even though this isn't a technical talk, I did want to, to come and share this information. So people will often acknowledge when somebody first dies, right? So maybe you get some cards, maybe flowers, maybe you have a funeral that people come to, but after that, it's not so much. People go on with their lives pretty quickly. And but yours doesn't really seem to. So, maybe you get stuck, or maybe it just takes a long time for you to process what's happening. And everybody grieves a little bit differently. So maybe you've heard about the stages of grief. So the stages of grief, 5 stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. And I think there's a common misconception that those are chronological stages, and maybe they all have about the same amount of time. So, maybe you would go through denial for a certain amount of time, and then anger for a certain amount of time, and then bargaining, and so on. And that's really not the case. You may experience all of those things or none of those things. I'm sure you'll experience some other things as well. And maybe you go back and forth, so for a while, I think I was in denial, and then I was angry, and then other things were happening, and then I was angry again. So, those aren't chronological stages. Different things are going to happen. But really, I'm just setting aside all expectations. If you have any expectations about how long you should grieve or how you'll feel or anything you should or shouldn't do, just throw it away, because it's not going to matter, because it's not going to go like that. Really just move through at your own pace and take your time with it. So even though we're talking about the death of a loved one, there are secondary losses as well. So just know that you'll grieve for those things too. So I'll give you just a quick example here, and hopefully I won't start crying too soon. But my son recently went to welding camp, and he was there for a week, and he built a car. It was really cool. And my dad would have loved that. So my dad is the person I lost, and I'll tell you about him in a little bit, but he would have loved that, and they would have shared that together. And I'm sure my dad would have taught him some more about welding. And I just think it's one of those things where it's not just him that we lost, but it's the time together in the future. It's the learning, it's the education. It's all of that stuff. So there are secondary losses as well. I know grief for those. So grief is one of the things that we're all sharing. So we all have grief at some point, and I think that it's kind of sad that we don't talk about it. And you'll find that people are a little bit hesitant to talk about it. So we're all going to go through it. So maybe normalizing the experience will be helpful for you or for me or for others. So let me tell you a little bit about my story and why I'm here. I promise I won't cry too much. So in 2020, at the beginning of 2020, my dad was diagnosed with cancer. And he had cancer before. He had cancer in 2007, 2008. He had colon cancer. And it was difficult for him. But he came through it okay. And he was able to go back to work and resume his normal activities, things that he did. He was a cantor at our church and other such activities. And he was okay. But he was slowing down in recent years. He was a mechanic. He owned his own garage. And you could really tell that he was slowing down. But, sometimes you don't really know what's happening. As people get older, you don't know that maybe that's just part of the aging process. But regardless, at the beginning of 2020, he was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. And he was hesitant to get treatments. But we went with him and we talked him into it. And he was just ready to start treatments. He had taken 2 days off. So COVID had just started. Everything was locked down. He was off a Monday and a Tuesday. And on Wednesday, he called me that he had hurt himself. So multiple myeloma makes your bones really brittle. And he had hurt himself. So we went to the hospital and he was there for a week. He was in the nursing home for 3 weeks. He was home for a week and then he died. So it was really quick and obviously very difficult to happen during COVID because we couldn't visit him. And really just very devastating. So things have improved since then. It's been about 1 year and 3 months now. And, for me, I'm able to sleep, most nights. I'm getting through most days without being too sad, minus when I'm doing something like this. I've resumed more regular work and personal interests, but, really it's still on my mind quite a bit. And, I still have a lot of sadness about it. So let me just tell you a little bit here about my dad. Just a couple pictures, some quick stories, and then we'll launch into how this applies to you. So the first part I mentioned, he was a mechanic and he owned a garage, and I was his co-pilot when I was little. He liked to haul cars and other machines around the country, and that was me in my little coveralls. The second picture is he and I at my college graduation, and after the graduation and after the luncheon, my car had been acting up. So he put on his coveralls and he got underneath my car and he reconnected my muffler with a coat hanger so that I could drive home. And the last picture is the last picture of us together. This was in February of 2020 and he died at the end of April. And we were making pierogies at our church. And we were posing for this picture to send to my sister who lives far away. So we just wanted to say hi and we shared that picture with her. So that's a little bit about me and my dad and my story. So let's talk about you now. And let's talk about some helpful character traits that you already have that can help you in the grieving process. And remember, this presentation is for freelancers and for agency owners. So there are characteristics that you may or may not have. I'm kind of speaking in generalizations here. Not everyone will apply to every person. And really, again, just take what you can from this. If anything applies and anything is helpful, again, please take it. So the first thing is that you probably communicate well. So if you're not a very good communicator, I'm betting you're not that great in business. So I'm going to say that you are a good communicator. And in this situation, think about how you can communicate to people to help others and to help you as well. So for example, communicating and letting your clients know what's happening. Now, you don't have to share the whole story. You don't have to get into it. You can share different things with different clients. Some people maybe you're closer to or not closer to. Even turning on your out of office and not saying, I'll be out for a week or a month, but, just saying it might take me a little bit longer to get back to you at this time. really just setting your client expectations that things may take a little bit longer for you, if you have to adjust any timelines, or how it will affect any open projects or maintenance or anything like that. Really just communicate with your clients and let them know. And in my experience, people were very understanding. So I think that if you just share, don't just fall off the face of the earth. If you just share enough or what you can, people will be understanding, and they will feel better about the situation. The next thing is that you are in charge, right? So you're used to being the boss, right? You're the boss of this whole show. You direct how things go in your business, the client projects, and maybe at this time, you do things a little bit differently while still staying in charge. So maybe you don't take on certain kinds of new projects. Maybe you refer some incoming leads at this point. Or maybe you put things on hold for now. So maybe you are just about to start a project, but maybe you can bump it a little bit, or maybe you're in the middle of something and you just need a little bit of time to finish. So you're in charge. You get to craft your experience here. And again, people are understanding. So whatever you can do to help yourself at this time, I think will be beneficial. The next thing is that you are curious and you're willing to learn. So I know you're those things because you're here. You're here at a WordFest at whatever time it is. It's 8 in the morning for me, but whatever time it is in your time zone, and you are here to learn how to best run your business, how to best serve your clients. You learn everything, and we're in a technology field, so we're always learning. And you can take that same curiosity and turn it towards your grief. So what can you learn? Maybe it's more about your loved one. Maybe it's more about the grieving process. So I learned so many things. Some, I'm not sure how helpful they were, but in my experience, I learned how to use a weed trimmer. So I had never used a weed trimmer before. But I mentioned my dad was still working, and he had owned that business for 50 years. There were 50 years of shenanigans there. So many things that he had that needed to be cleaned out. And one of those things that I learned was how to use a weed trimmer. So what can you learn in this situation that may help you in your experience? So think about that. The next thing is that you create. So we're creators in our business. So we create projects for clients. We create marketing campaigns and websites and content. We create content for ourselves, maybe blog posts or social posts or videos, talks and webinars. We create business processes for ourselves, the way that we uniquely do things. So think about how can you apply that creation here in this situation. So for example, in my own experience, my dad really liked poppy seed cakes. So last year I baked, 5 or 6 poppy seed cakes just because I felt compelled to do it. I wanted to be closer to him, and that was a way to kind of to satisfy that in a way. I've created other things as well. He really liked to bake bread, so I've baked bread. I've made pillows and books and shadow boxes for my sister and I. I also have some little show and tell here. So I made this heart. So this is the picture that I mentioned before of he and I, that last picture, and the shirt that he's wearing here is this shirt. So I've made some crafts and things like that. I took a class on how to make a memory bowl, and this bowl is made out of his clothing as well. So, these are just some examples of things that I've created, but what can you create in your life that may help you through the grieving process? Now, I won't say that, making that heart or making that bowl or making those poppy seed cakes really fixed anything. They didn't get really to the heart of the matter, but it was something to do at the time to think about my dad and honor my dad and have something that I can look at to help at this point, because he's not here. So okay, the next thing is that you deal with change. So I'm not going to say that you embrace change or you love change, but we're in a technology field, like I said, and things are always changing. So I bet at this point that many of you are using Gutenberg. So maybe when it first came out, a lot of people were resistant to it, and maybe you didn't like it. But I think logically that when you brace yourself against change or you try to swim in the other direction, it makes it worse than if you just try to go with the flow. Even if you don't like where that's going, sometimes going with the flow or not bracing yourself against something really is the best way to go. The next thing is that you are intuitive. So I bet you're familiar with red flags. We talk about red flags in freelancing a lot and agency work a lot. And mostly that's related to when a potential client may not be a good fit. So maybe you're having a preliminary call and you hear a couple red flags and you think, no, I'm not going to take this client. This is not a good fit for me. I don't think this is going to turn out well. And maybe the same thing if you're an agency and you're hiring and you get a sense of maybe a potential employee. So maybe an employee, somebody that you're interviewing and you think, no, I don't think this is going to work for whatever reason. So because we're not 100% logical beings, we do rely on our intuition a lot of times. So maybe ask yourself in this situation, what feels right for me at this time? And maybe that changes as time goes on, but think about that intuition that you have and ask yourself, what feels right for me? What would be good or not good for me to do or take or things like that. So the last thing that I have under helpful character traits are that you understand the season. So in freelancing, it's not just like this, right? We're not invoicing the same amount every month and we have the same amount of client work every month. We know that it goes like this, right? So we have, it's so much work, too much work. I can't deal with it. Or maybe, the plus side, a lot of income. And then the next month, wait, where is everybody? I don't have any clients or whatever it is. And the same with invoicing. So we know that there are slow times, there are hustle times, and maybe you can even predict those times, by looking at your past experience, even with the seasons of life, right? Summer, spring, fall, things like that. It's not all perfectly consistent, and just recognize that this may be a season of your life where it's a little bit appropriate to step back. So step back and not be so hustle, not be as involved in the business if you're able to. So just think about how that season may be different, and maybe you didn't want that season to come, but it has come, and how can you adjust to make it easier for yourself? Okay, so those were helpful character traits. Now let's talk about not so helpful character traits that may make it a bit more challenging to deal with your grief. So the first thing is that you're a planner, right? So I'm a planner. I plan all the things, right? I plan all my business. I plan all my projects. I plan everything, right? I plan my gym workouts. I sometimes meal plan. Anything I can plan, I like to plan. But that's not how this works. So grief has its own plan, and I can pretty much guarantee it's not your plan. So learning how to surrender in this situation, and how specifically can that apply for you? So for me, I used to do a quarterly mastermind. I do 12-week year goal planning, and I've written some blog posts and done some videos on that. Goal tracking. I used to do all of that stuff, and when this happened, all of that went on pause. And not to say that I, never was going to do it again. I have resumed a lot of those things, but all of that had to go on pause. I was writing blog posts twice a month and sending out a newsletter. None of that was happening. It all had to stop because I just couldn't do those things and do these other things as well. Even for me, which was a little bit jarring, writing a to-do list. I couldn't even write a to-do list just because it was too overwhelming for me. So, that was an adjustment, but also realizing that it wasn't permanent. And I can write to-do lists now, and that's a good thing. But, during that really active grieving process, it was too much. So how can you surrender? How can you kind of take a pause on your own plans and kind of, go with what needs to happen? Another thing is that you probably power through, right? If you're anything like me, especially if you're trying to solve a problem, you just keep at it and keep at it and keep at it. But you logically know that if you stop, maybe you go to sleep for the night or you take a break or take a walk, when you come back to it, that solution kind of presents itself. And not that this is the same, because when you come back, there's not going to be a solution. There's no solution to this. But taking that break, I think, will help. The powering through doesn't help, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So think about what you can pause for now. What can you maybe just let go of and how can you not take on too much? I know it's one of those things that nobody really likes to do, or maybe some people do, but how can you say no, during this time, to give yourself some space? Another character trait that you may have is that you don't really open up. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide. That you do it all yourself. So maybe, I do it best, or no one will do it as good as I will. But that can also be difficult during this time. So, ask yourself, what can you delegate? And how can you delegate well? So I think delegating gets a bad rap, where we just think, okay, well, somebody else can do this and I could delegate to them. But think about how you can delegate well. Can you provide a certain type of instructions? I do a lot of instructional videos. I use Loom for basically everything. And that helps me get my point across a little bit better than written text. So not only what can you delegate, but how can you delegate well so that your needs and expectations are met, and the person you've delegated to is actually able to understand and meet those expectations. So how can you ask for support? How can you find support? And what can you ask for? So we all have different types of businesses. And, for me to say, ask for this or ask for that, it might not apply to your business. So just think about what your business, and think about, is there anything that anyone else could do? And if so, who and how could you ask them for that? So that is something to think about. The next item is that you probably don't open up. So in business, you're probably not mixing a lot of personal stuff. I know that when this first happened, I was really hesitant, to talk to people about it. But I did reach out to a few people, and, I'll tell you about that here, and how it was actually really, really good for me. So I reached out to a friend, Paul Pappy. I'm not sure if you know him. He's part of the WordPress community. And just when my dad was sick, and he checked in on me, and really was just a source of support during that time. It was really difficult for me, to write that first, Slack message. I really just didn't want to do it. I felt like I was just really resistant to it, but really glad I did, because that led to some other things. So I was able to write a year in review post. And even though I only wrote 2 short paragraphs about what had happened, he then reached back out to me and shared his grief group with me, which I participated in. And from participating in that group, I met another person, the leader of the group, Lisa. And, I've worked with her after the grief group, and it's been so helpful for me. And I think it was, just that I was able to open up enough to let other people in. I reached out to a friend of mine and mentioned over the new year that I was really hesitant to go into 2021 without my dad, and she gave me an idea for a calendar. So I bought this book. It's a daily calendar, and I'm writing one thing about my dad every day in 2021. So I've had other colleagues who have helped me with videos and photos and images and food and check-ins and things like that. And it was all helpful. And I think not only did I receive, but maybe they were glad to have helped. Because sometimes you want to do something, but you don't know what to do. And when somebody says, here, can you do this? Sometimes that is a relief. So, how can you ask other people for help? Even had a client, who's a jeweler, and he made this bracelet for me out of I found a broken chain at my dad's garage and some scrap metal. And he crafted a bracelet for one for me, one for my sister. And, so that was nice. So, because I was able to open up and reach out, I did receive in that way. Even telling your story. So in the past, I've had a couple experiences where some people have told me their story, and I thought at the time, like, wow, why are they telling me this? Or why are they getting so in depth about it? And it's kind of one of those things where all of a sudden you understand. So all of a sudden you understand, oh, they're trying to process that story. They're trying to process what happened. And, sharing your story with others, can maybe be comforting to you and maybe comforting to others. Now, not everybody is receptive to your story, but if there are people who are, then, maybe share with them. So a couple of the things, you maybe take on too much. Maybe you take on too many projects. Again, and this is about learning how to say no. So maybe it's fine to take that project on, but maybe adjusting the project this time. So maybe you can adjust the timeline, or maybe you can adjust the deliverables and think about how can you make it work for me now? Because the theme of this whole presentation is that you'll need some time to grieve, and it's not going to be business as usual. So think about what else you'll need to do and how you can craft your business during this time to be able to support you. You also may have other responsibilities to tend to. I mentioned my dad's garage. A lot of time spent there cleaning everything up. But even if I didn't have that, maybe just business as usual wasn't the right thing for me. So it's fine to just take some time if you're able. Okay, one last thing is that you're probably a thinker and a problem solver. So I'm pretty analytical, pretty process driven. I live and die by the numbers. I have scorecards. I make pro-con lists when making a decision. All of that stuff. So at least for the technical people in the audience, that may be how you are. But this isn't a problem to be solved, and you're not going to outthink this. And it's okay to review the events over and over because I think that's part of just processing. But try not to shut out the feelings that go with those, with that thinking, because at some point they're going to come out sooner or later. So it's just deal with it as you can. And really it's learning to live with it and accept it. And I will mention one thing about physical activity. So during my time, helping to clean up my dad's business, there was a lot of physical activity, and it not only made me appreciate the physical activity that he did for a living, but it was really helpful for me in terms of just quelling that thinking. So hauling scrap to the scrapyard and filling dumpsters with garbage really was just good exercise for me, where I didn't have to think so much. It was just something that needed to be done, and I could take care of it. So, how can you get out of that thinking and problem solving mode, and maybe into some other modes that you're not as comfortable with? Okay, so let's talk about preparing for grief, because this isn't a one-time thing. If you've grieved in the past, you will be probably grieving in the future, unfortunately. So you can't prepare for it. So this slide is kind of like, it's kind of fake because you can't prepare for it, but you can set some things up to make it a little bit easier the next time around. So everybody talks about recurring revenue, and maybe you didn't know that I was also going to be a proponent of recurring revenue in this talk. So recurring revenue is a really good thing. And I'll even say as a bonus to this, somebody told me last year, hey, you should bill all of these at the beginning of the year. And at the time I thought like, oh, that's, why would I do that? But now seeing how my business has gotten more complex, having done that, I'm so thankful for, because basically it's just a process. This is my process. I've set up this process, and it makes it easier for me instead of, one off here, one off there. I do this for this client and that's for this client. It's really how can you streamline? And any sort of streamlining and business processes are really helpful, to be able to run your business without so much thinking. Having a community that you can lean on. So you're here, you're at a WordFest. There is a Slack group, and this is a community here. So leaning on people here in this community, or maybe it's other freelancers that you work with, people that you meet at WordCamps, or maybe employees, anything, and anyone really. Where is your community, and are there people there who you can lean on? And also having an emergency plan or a contingency plan. So in my case, I was able to come back to work, albeit a little bit more slowly. But if I couldn't have, for some reason, having an emergency plan or contingency plan or someone to take over for me for a while would have also been really helpful. So those are some things that may be helpful for you, preparing for next time. Another thing is supporting others. So how can you help others who are grieving, even if you're not actively grieving now, if someone else is? So you can think about what you might need in your business and maybe offer that to others. So, maybe it's maintaining sites or answering emails or doing updates or helping them finish a project. And this can be without pay or minimal payment, just as part of, offering to help someone. Checking in with people, and more than just like the, hey, just thinking of you. If you're able to sit with people in their grief or ask questions, even remembering holidays or anniversaries or things like that, that can be very meaningful. to the other person. If you live close, there's things that you can do. I just think about any sort of daily tasks, dog walking, grocery shopping, food, anything like that, where don't necessarily wait for people to ask you, because sometimes people don't know how to ask. But if you think about, okay, maybe what would I want in this situation? Oh, I'd really love if somebody would come and walk the dog, or I'd really love if somebody could pick me up some groceries. You could do that. Now, many of us probably live far away, so there are other things that you can do if you do live far away. Any kind of donation in memory of, or any sort of a small gift, or even, like I mentioned, sharing your story. I did receive a card from someone in a Slack group who I didn't know very well, but she told me the story about her experience and her dad and losing her dad, and it was very touching to me. So I was very thankful, that she took the time to do that and send that to me. So I have a couple resources here for you, some books. So my favorite book so far was On Grief and Grieving. I don't know if this is backwards or not, but this was my favorite book so far. Very helpful book to have read. I read some other ones too, but I was trying to only recommend a few things. Another book that I love, and it's not specific to grief, but it's about difficult times, and I've read this over the years. It's called Broken Open, and this is a great book also. I also read some books by The Moth, and those are short, true stories. And what was really good for me at this time was that these were stories about humanity, and I felt a little bit more connected to humanity because all of this happened during COVID. So there was not really any, physical support presence. So being able to feel connected to humanity, by reading a book was really helpful for me. I have a couple websites listed here, a couple videos, and I did mention that I participated in a grief group. It was kind of a religious group, I guess, Grief Share. And at that same time, also, actually, when my dad was diagnosed with cancer at the beginning of 2020, I did start seeing a counselor again, and I saw her over a year's time. And I think, seeing her ahead of time was helpful for me because I did have some pre-grieving. There was grieving happening before he had even died. So, it was helpful for that. And I guess lastly, just to wrap it up, is that this isn't something that's going to be, you're not going to finish it. It's not a project to go through and then, okay, I'm working through all the parts of this and then it's over. And then it's done. So really, it's not like the movies, unfortunately. And you're just looking, I guess, to find a place for it, a way to hold it and a way to live with it, so that you can go on living because you're here and still living. So I know we have some time for Q&A, but I just want to pop up my last slide here. I have two links. The QR code goes to the first link, which is a link to the slides, and then I also do have a pre-recorded version of this presentation. The second link is where you can find me on social. So you can find me on Twitter and LinkedIn and Instagram. You can get to my website. I would love to talk with you about this anytime. If you want to share your story with me or connect with me or anything like that, that would be great. I'd love to talk to you about this. So thank you so much for having me. And I guess, do we have any questions, Amanda or Kathy?
Hi, thank you so much, Renee. And thank you for your story.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
For sharing that.
Not too much crying. I did pretty good.
You did really well. And it was really touching. And I feel like you shared enough that I feel like I know that this was a really important relationship to you. And yeah. I don't know if that, does that impact, do you think, the length of our grief or depth?
I would think so. I haven't had too many people in my life pass away, but this one is definitely, it did impact me more heavily, and I think the circumstances also, because it was so quick and because it was during COVID, it all just, it was all just a lot.
That makes it traumatic. I think the circumstances can add a bit of trauma to it.
Yeah, it was, when he was in the nursing home, we weren't allowed to visit him, and we could visit at the window, and you could see that he was in there and he was in pain and he wasn't eating, and you couldn't do anything, we took things, we took cards and gifts and food, but you couldn't hold his hand. And
I'm so sorry.
so I was glad that he was able to come home, and we did spend a week with him, even though it was difficult. And I was trying not to modify my slides this morning, but I did also want to mention that I think part of agency work and part of freelancing is gratitude. So I am very thankful to have this job. I've worked a lot of jobs that were never a good fit, and I do feel that this is a very good fit for me. And I'm very thankful every day. So taking that gratitude and thinking about this situation, I am very glad and thankful that I had a great dad, and that I got to spend all the time that I did with him. And I wish it was more, but you don't get to choose those things, I guess. So
no, not to it's not to diminish people who are going through grief over some other things, losing someone who's not necessarily that close, or like you said, we grieve our circumstances sometimes, or we grieve losses of jobs, or things that aren't quite as significant. And I found so much of your talk, I didn't expect it to be so relevant to me, to be honest.
Good, that's a good sign.
So fortunately, that's not the path I'm on currently, but it was so much about us. Like you get it. I feel like you have been, like you were speaking to us as remote workers and agency
I think it
owners.
is different. Yeah, it is different. Even being alone here, was good at a lot of points. But I am glad that I did have, for as much work as it was to clean up my dad's business, I'm glad that I had it. It was a distraction for me when I wasn't really ready to process. I didn't start the grief group until this year. So I went all of the rest of last year just working on his business, and, working enough on my business that I could keep it afloat. But it's different. It's hard. And I'm sure it's hard also for people who have to go back to work, and you're working in a place where, your boss says, here, this is what you're doing, or you're working on this project. So I'm sure there are equally difficult circumstances there, but I think they're just a little bit different. You have more choice.
This was relevant to us.
Yeah.
Which I really appreciate.
I didn't want to minimize the fact that some people need to take on projects. We can't just, I can't just come up here and say put everything on hold. That's not really realistic. But if you can get your business to a point where you're able to put some things on hold, whether through a support system or, even just having enough money in the bank that you can do that, I think is helpful for you. Because really that's what we're trying to do here as freelancers and agency owners. We're trying to craft a life. It's not just a job. We're trying to craft a life, and that's part of life. So, how can we do this best and make it work for us?
I want to come back to what you do and some practical tips on that. But Hawa, I hope I didn't just slaughter your name there, has a question. How do you manage the firsts without them, like the first birthday, the first holidays?
Yeah, not well. I will say that and it's actually a little bit strange what first you think are going to impact you and what first don't impact you as much. Christmas was a hot mess. It was awful. And actually most of December and all into January was just a mess. Maybe if you can just give it a pass, be like, let's just skip it. Just skip over it in your mind, skip over it physically. But other things I think, maybe you just have to think about. So it wasn't, so one thing that was hard for me was the anniversary of the day that he had gone into the hospital, because that was like the beginning of the end in my mind. And just, talking about it with people, if you feel like talking, if there's something to do, so for my dad's birthday, I made another poppy seed cake. How many poppy seed cakes have I made? It's, maybe what feels right. Does it feel right to be around other people? Does it feel right to maybe look at some old pictures? Does it feel right to ignore it and kind of pass it over? There's no right answer, and there's no, I think, no way that you're going to be like, oh, well, that went great. Like it's just going to be, did it go okay enough? And also know that it is a first. That's not going to be your experience maybe every time there's an anniversary or things like that.
Yeah,
I
those
think
are some
it's
good tips.
People said, I think that it's it's supposed to be sad. Yeah, and maybe the grief is in proportion to what you lost. So if you did have a strong relationship and a close one, you've lost a lot. So your grief is in proportion to that.
Yeah. Can you talk a bit about and I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the creative ideas. I think that a lot of us, I've heard that a lot of coders are knitters. I'm not a knitter myself, but I've heard that they correlate for some reason, and I think the creative aspect is helpful. Can you talk a bit about how it impacted your business, and how, are there any areas, I know it's hard because each of our businesses are different, but are there areas that you could see people getting help with?
So I think in my case, it was a little bit strange. I did really well last year. A couple things had happened. I know, right? But you almost felt guilty a little bit. A couple things had happened earlier in the year to kind of set me up. I had made some connections and done some networking where some people passed some things on to me. So that was really helpful. So I think, just being always being open to networking opportunities, and not, sleazy networking kind of thing, but, just connecting and communicating. So always being open to that. But I did hand off projects. I did some projects that came in. I said, I can't do a shopping cart for you now, in May. So I did have a couple handoffs that I did. And, I was just glad to not have to worry about it. There was a project that I took that I wish I had not taken. And fortunately it worked out so that they actually weren't ready for a while. And then it bumped into the new year. So,
wow.
It kind of, sometimes those things work out, right? It just,
they do.
And you don't want to ask too many questions about it, but
no, you're just thankful.
You're like, yeah, okay, great. I'm glad that worked out that way. But
yeah, you had some good ideas. You mentioned maintenance plans, or somebody just answering email, just to give you a bit of a break, so you don't have to be on call all the time.
Yeah, just something. And I think that's hard. I think it's hard for people to to relinquish, like, oh my God, giving somebody access to my inbox. Well, they don't know all of the things, but, I've spent more time after it setting up processes. So I had just this year switched some people over to a different billing system, and some people wanted to be billed every 6 months. So I just set that up willy-nilly. And I got to the point where I had maybe 6 people billed every 6 months that were all in different months. And even just yesterday, I said, no, this is not scalable for me. I need to switch it. So if you want billed in every 6 months, you're billed in January and July. And I adjusted some things, and I sent some emails. And now I know that if you're a new client, or whatever it is that we're going to engage together, if you want to be billed every 6 months, if it's in the middle of that, I'll bill you up through January or up through July, and then you'll get a recurring invoice, because then I can set up those recurring invoices and not have to worry about it, where I am or where you are, or did I bill or did it not go through? Like it does, but it doesn't matter what it is. You just need to know what your process is. You're streamlined. This is how I do things.
Yeah, boundaries.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Knowing your limits and what you can do.
Yes,
Amanda,
yeah.
did you have any thoughts? Do you set intentional boundaries in your business too?
Yes, absolutely. I think boundaries are a wonderful way of protecting not only just your business practices, but your autonomy of yourself, especially when things happen where you hit the ground and you need those boundaries in place to make sure that you're feeling like you can at least have some sort of grounding to come back to. I wanted to mention just your vulnerability comes through so transparently. So thank you. Thank you
I
for
don't
sharing
really
that.
have a
Even
thick
just
skin.
well, even just sharing this kind of topic, submitting this here to WordFest is just so vulnerable in and of itself. And then the way that you presented was just so incredibly raw and wonderful. And I think that kind of vulnerability is contagious. So I think that I would love to see more of that in our community, and the more human nature bring into these kind of circumstances, the more we are connected.
Right.
So thank you for that. And I was curious if you've always felt kind of this sense of vulnerability or lack of thick skin, or is that something that's kind of developed over time? You've read the books, you've done all this work. I'm just curious about what that process looked like for you.
I think that I always want that connection with other people, but I'm very selective on how it happens. So if I try to, I'm a little
Like
bit
a
better
big
one-on-one.
talk in front of
I know,
everybody?
right? Well, yeah, I'm getting nervous. I'm a little bit better one-on-one, and I can kind of flesh out, like, if you're open to what I want to talk about, like if I say something and you give me a sign that you're open to it, then, I really want to engage with you. And that's not always been my experience, especially during the grieving process. There are people who do not want to talk about it. They don't want to hear about how sad you are because they can't do anything about it, or they're not comfortable sitting in grief. So that was also kind of like a realization. But I approach this kind of like I approach the WordPress community, where I learned something, and so I want to share it with you, just because I always appreciate the things that other people have learned and shared in Slack groups, at meetups, at WordCamps, and things that were beyond, just like how to take a backup or whatever it is. So I also, sometimes I do things kind of in the heat of the moment. I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be a great idea to submit a grief talk? Submit. Oh, wait, why did I say I would do it live? And sometimes maybe that's a good thing, because maybe you push yourself, maybe you feel a certain vulnerability, and you do reach out before it closes itself off, before you're like, oh no, wait, I don't want to do that. No, why would
Don't
I do
think
that?
too hard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's funny, I mean, this has happened other times. My dad and I did have some difficult times. I'm not here to say like he was the greatest dad of all time, and we were always so much. It was great. Not the case. But before he had died, that previous year, I had wanted to invite him over for Christmas Eve, and I didn't, for a couple reasons. But then it was one of those things where I felt vulnerable enough, or I felt sentimental enough that I just called him and invited him. And then after that, I thought, oh, why did I do that? Because, for other reasons. But it actually worked out really well. And I'm so glad I had done it afterwards, because that was our last Christmas. And I do have those memories. So sometimes I think if you don't seize on those times when you're a little bit vulnerable, like you're just going to be closed off. So.
And use our heads over our hearts.
Yes, yeah.
Sometimes.
But this community has helped me be more, open. Working in other places. I worked a job one time. I was going through a divorce, and it was just terrible. And I would cry sometimes at work, not because I wanted to, just because I couldn't hold it all in. Like it was a very traumatic time too. And people would make comments about, oh, Renee's crying again or whatever. And that's not my experience here. I think that people are more understanding and more human here. I'm not sure.
There was a talk, I can't remember his name, works with Automatic. It was just before your session. And he was talking about how balance, I think, between work and life. And I was so struck because he talks about spending time talking to colleagues or other remote people in our field about personal things.
Mhm.
And I have always thought, okay, there's work, and then if I have
Yes.
something time for personal, I'm
Mhm.
offline, like I'm going over there, right?
Mhm.
But then you don't ever get to actually know the people on the other
Mhm.
side of the screen.
Yeah. And I think it's, like you said, like these people understand you. So if they understand you in business, they may understand you, in your personal life too. And obviously not every single person, but you may find some connections. I have a friend who was looking for some help with PHP, and it was a friend of a friend, and she approached me, and we started talking, and now we're great friends. We talk every Friday. We actually have a call after this, our standing Friday calls. We talk about work. Hey, did you hear about that new plugin? Hey, what about that vulnerability? Hey, I've tried this, or how do you do that? But then also, oh, how's your mom? How's your family? What's the cat doing? That kind of stuff. So it's kind of unexpected sometimes when it comes along, but you're grateful for it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Renee. I think we have used up all of our time. There's some comments I hope you get to see. Love you, Renee. Thank you for sharing from Heather.
Thank you.
And Paul was thankful, and Hawa was also thankful, and lots of people that got to impacted. So thank you for being vulnerable enough to share this kind of talk.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Renee. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
And our thanks to our global sponsors, Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic, our multilingual partner, Weglot, our continental sponsors, 20i and Poststatus, and our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. And be sure to check out the swag bag too for details and gifts from our sponsors. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts fall.
We have the next hour dedicated to hanging out together. So this is where you're going to find the sponsors, and some of them have giveaways, and there's prizes, and the photo booth and everything is right when you log in to the show. And so the next hour we get to hang out together. So we'll see you on the hour. Take it away, AV people.
Hey, David Bissett from PostStatus here. If you're having a good time today, you're going to have a greater time in the PostStatus Club year-round. So go to poststatus.com/club to join hundreds of WordPress professionals and find out how we can send you the best insights in the ecosystem every week.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.